Welcome to my 2-bedroom house tutorial. I'll be sharing you all my thoughts, my thought process of what I'm gonna be thinking. and so I made a sketch, a rough sketch. Well, it's not really a rough sketch, it's the exact measurements of what I want the house to look like. So we've got a garage here. This is gonna be the kitchen area, and then the living room. The front door is gonna be here. There's a small hallway, then like a regular size bathroom. I would say the regular size. It is 3 meters by 2 meters. Then we've got the main bedroom here with an ensuite bathroom, and then another bedroom here. So before you even start drawing a house or designing a house, you must first do the layout, and I did the layout here. So I'm going to do the floor plan now. So I'm just going to go to the top view, and I've written down the measurements of exactly what I need. So what I'm going to do is, so the garage is going to be 7 meters by 6 meters. It's going to be a double garage, and I've already written down all the measurements. So I'm just gonna draw a line there. It's going to be 11 meters 0.57, so it's 11,570. Okay, now I got to that is the garage wall is 7 meters. It's going to be 7 meters, and the kitchen wall must be 4 meters, which is 11 meters in total, but it's got 2 walls. Let me just show you. So that is 7 meters and this is 4 meters, so in total it is 11 meters, but I made it now 11.5 meters because this is an outside wall, that's an outside wall, and this is an inside wall. So outside walls must be 23 centimeters, and the inside walls I'm going to make 11 centimeters. So that's how I got to that calculation. And now I'm just going to draw a line down there. This must be 14,180. Okay, then it's going to go to the left. It's going to be 8070. Okay, and then this is 6 meters. I don't know why I did construction there. I'm so used to clicking on the construction line. So it must be 6 meters, but it's got 2 outside walls. So it's going to be 6 meters plus the 23 centimeters twice. So it's going to be 460. And then it is just connecting all the dots. So there is the basic floor plan. I hope it looks like this. It does look like that. And now we're going to do all the walls. Okay, so I'm going to highlight everything. I'm going to say offset entities, because all of these are outside walls. It must be 230 millimeters. I don't want it on the outside, I want it on the inside. So I'm going to say reverse direction. I'm going to say okay. So there's the, well, basically the outline of the house. So now we're going to do the inside. Okay, and that's not going to be that difficult. I want the kitchen to be 4 meters wide. Okay, so I'm just going to draw a line there. That's construction. I'm going to say 4 meters, and I'm going to let it go all the way there. Okay, so I'm going to take another construction line, and from there I want it to be 111, and I'm going to take it all the way up to there. So that's basically the wall that's going to separate the garage from the kitchen. Okay, then I want this distance to be 8 meters. I'm going to type in 8,000 millimeters. And then I'm going to start with the bathroom wall. I'm going to go from there. I can actually make a straight line through because everything must match. Everything must match. So that is 7.61 meters. Okay. And the thing is, how it gets to there is the one wall is going to be 4 meters and the other one's going to be 3.5 meters. That extra 110 is the inside wall. So I'm just gonna, this is gonna be an inside wall. Just do it nicely. It's gonna be 110. I'm gonna draw a line there. It doesn't matter if it goes all over the place. You can draw your line to there to infinity if you want to. So I drew that line there. I'm just gonna close the garage. So there the garage is closed, and this is gonna be 110, and it's gonna go basically to that wall there. Okay, then I'm gonna do the bathroom slash bedroom on this side. So I want it to be 3.5 meters. So it's 3,500. See, it actually lines up with this. I can just draw a line straight through. Don't know why I haven't done that already. So I can draw a line there straight through and straight through. Can actually delete this line. Okay. So this is now a combination of the bedroom and the bathroom. I want the bathroom to be 2 meters wide. So I'm gonna make this 2 meters. Go like this. So I'm gonna have an inside wall. It's gonna go to there. And then I'm just going to connect this line. Okay, so now we already have, we've got the garage. Okay, the entrance to the garage is this side. So we've got the garage here, we've got the kitchen, the living room, then the one bedroom, the one bathroom. Now we're gonna do the bedroom, the main bedroom, which is gonna be 3.5 meters on the inside. Okay, so I've made a point there. So there's like a dot. So I'm using that dot as a reference now. I'm just drawing a line. Okay, and it's gonna be an inside wall, which is 110. I'm gonna close it like that. And now the bathroom is gonna be 3 meters. So if we actually check, from there to there is gonna be exactly 4. My calculation, yep, it is. It is. Okay. So what I want is, I'm going to draw a line there. It's going to be 3 meters. I'm just going to see now. I didn't select construction this time. It's going to be 111. So this is that small hallway passage. It's a meter wide, so it's not really that narrow. Okay, so there is the main floor plan. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to clean it up. We're going to let it look much better. So you say trim entities, trim there, trim there. We don't need that anymore, all that, all that. People must walk there, so we must remove the lines. The hallway, we must open it up. We must take that lines away, we can take that away, take that away. So I'm just cleaning up all the small ends so it looks nicer. So I'm just deleting everything. See, now it actually looks nice. It looks nice now. So what I'm going to do now is, do we have everything that we need? Let me just see. I want an open end somewhere. Okay, so what we're going to do is select everything. Now nothing is construction anymore. Okay, we've got the double wall on the outside, single walls on the inside. And now we go to features, extruded, boss or base. Now it wants to know what do you want to extrude because there's so many lines. So I'm going to select the outside wall. Then you have to select every single inside wall. So I didn't take that lines out, so I have to click it now. The small blocks, but it's fine. You can click it. Okay, so that is everything. Just to see if it's everything. I get everything. Looks like it. Okay, I'm gonna make this. Let's make it 500. Okay, the reason I'm doing that is because when I do the thumbnail of the thing, you want to see what's inside the house. So that's why I'm making the wall only 500 tall. So I'm gonna say okay. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna make the outside walls like the back walls. I'm gonna make the length it must be. Okay. Let me save this first. I want to do this again. Save as. Okay. We're gonna create a new folder called 2-bedroom house. Okay, so this is 2-bedroom house, and this is gonna be the floor plan. Let me just say floor plan 2-bed. Okay, so save. Okay, obviously it's a floor plan, but we don't have a floor. We're gonna fall through everything. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna click at the bottom, make it normal to this well, to you. I'm gonna click it again and say sketch. So what you can do to make it easier is you say offset and you say 0. You select 0 and it's like on the line. And you just say okay, and then you say features extrude. We don't want it to be that thick. You can make it as thick as you want, but I'm just gonna make it 10 centimeters just for illustration purposes. We're not building a real house here. Obviously you'll need foundation and everything. Okay, so there is the floor. We've got the floor there on the floor plan. Now I'm just gonna make the outside walls a little bit higher. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is select that and I'm gonna say offset again at 0 millimeters, so it's on that line. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take it from this wall. I'm just thinking now. We want it from here, so I'm gonna make a line from there all the way to there. I'm just going around, and we want it until there. Okay, so now if you select extrude, it's going to be like, do you want this part or this part, or where do you want it? We want that wall there. We want that wall. So we already made it 500 tall. The length is 500. So normal wall is 2.75, I believe. So 2.75 meters minus a half a meter is 2250. So that is the normal height of a wall. So I'm going to say, okay. So there we have the back of a wall now. And I don't think I'm going to like cut this wall here so you can see, because this is only going to be the garage door. So I'm going to put an opening there. So this is the basic floor plan, and then you just press Ctrl S to save it so you don't lose it. And now we're gonna put in doors. Well, firstly, space for doors. Okay, so I'm just gonna select the floor, normal 2, select the floor again, let's sketch. Okay, so a standard door is 800 wide. So what I'm gonna do here, this must be exactly 1 meter. Let me just see. No, it's not. I think this thing went from to the inside. Let me just check this. Is this 4 meters, 3 meters? Yes, this is 3 meters. Is this 3 meters? 3.5. Okay, I see what happened here. The walls went to the inside. Okay, so it made it a little bit smaller. Okay, so it's going to be tight now. So we can still work with this. So I'm just going to take the center of this, draw a line, then I'm going to say 400. Okay, so it's 400 there. I'm going to take well, basically a rectangle. You can draw it as big as you want, but I want it to be 800 wide. Okay, so it's like that. So the one door is going to be there. Then I was thinking I'm going to put the other door. I'm going to put it here. Okay, so let me. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna make this construction. Then I'm gonna put another. There's a smaller piece there, because I don't want it to overlap. Okay. Then I'm gonna put a door here. I think I'm gonna put the one door here and the other door. I think I'm gonna put it here. So I'm gonna put the doors like 5 centimeters from the other wall, but I'm gonna make them. It's gonna be like exactly across each other, so I can actually do one big one. It's gonna be 800 wide. Okay, so there's gonna be a door there, a door there, a door there. Obviously, we need a door now for the bathroom. So I was thinking the bath is gonna be here, and I want to put in a shower as well. So I can put in the shower here. So do I want the door there or there? I think let's put it there. I'm gonna put it there because I'm just gonna, I want 50 because I want it to be 50 from this wall, and just gonna draw the block. I almost said square. That's not a square, that's like a rectangle. You see, when it does that, so what happened there is I wanna change this line now to length 800. So I'm putting 800, but now all of a sudden that line becomes bigger. To overcome this, what you need to do is you select that point and you say fix. Now it's fixed. It's fixed in place. It's not gonna move. So then I'm gonna put 800. You see, now the other side moves. See, we fixed it. We fixed it. Okay. Now I want a door there in the middle. In the middle of that thing. The wall. In the middle of the wall. So I'm gonna take it from there and then 400, which is obviously half the door, and I'm gonna draw a line like that. We're gonna make it 800, and you see that one moved again as well. So you fix it, fix it in place. Okay, so I'm gonna put a door there. Then I'm gonna put a nice front door here, and the front door is not going to be a normal door. It's going to be, let me show you on Google. I searched front doors, like a modern front door, and I was thinking about something like this with like um, some windows and then the door in the middle. um, so I'm going to put that in there, and what I'm going to do is I just want to see how wide is this. From there it's about 1.7. I'm gonna make the door 1.5 meters wide. So if I need to draw a construction line from this point and then to there to get the exact middle of from this wall to this wall. So I've got the middle there now. So I wanted 1.5 meters wide. So half of 1.5 meters is 750. So you take 750 and then 1,500. I've got 2 points now there. So I'm just gonna go like bam, bam. Okay. Now the other door, the last door I want to put in is a sliding door. Okay, and to put in a sliding door is 2 meters wide. Well, I don't know if it's standard or anything, but I want to put in a 2 meter wide sliding door. So what I'm gonna do is the kitchen is 4 meters to there. I'm gonna put in a sliding door somewhere around here. Yes, I was just thinking because don't want the couches to be in the way of the door. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this line exactly. This line from there. It didn't even click. I clicked and it didn't click. And then 2 meters. 2 meters. So the door's gonna be there. I want that to be construction. So I highlighted and I made construction and it's gonna be there. Alright then. Okay, we've got the positions of all the doors there. So now you say features, extruded cut. But we don't want to cut inside, we want to cut the other way. So you just click there on reverse direction, and you see that thing. I don't want to let it go through the whole wall. So it needs to be exactly 2 meters tall. Well, the height must be 2 meters. Okay. So I've got everything there, and I'm going to say, okay. See, now all the holes are there for the doors. Okay. So we've got doors now and everything. I'm going to save this, and I want to put in a hole there for the garage. So another thing I want to do with the garage is I'm going to put in wooden flooring everywhere except the bathrooms. The bathrooms I'm going to make like tiles, and for the garage it's going to have a not a painted surface, but it's going to be almost like epoxy or something. I don't know. So I want to put that in there. So I need to split the floor. So there's 2 ways you can do it. You can extrude the garage to be like a millimeter above or below the floor, or you can just put in a split line. So to do that, you must select another plane. I'm going to select this. I'm calling it a plane because it is higher than this one. Yeah. Okay. So you select it. You say normal 2, and you say sketch. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to select the inside of the garage. Okay. Then now I must remember where to get this. I think it is insert features. Okay, now wait. You draw your sketch like that. You complete your sketch. So the sketch just hangs there. Then you say curves, split line. Then it asks you, okay, what line? I want this line to be projected on what? On the floor. Okay. And then you say, okay. Now there's a line there. Isn't that cool? Now the garage is its own floor. I split it. Okay. So I didn't raise it or anything. It's now it's a different floor there because I split it there. So I'm just gonna save again. Now what we want to do is I'm probably going to put in a window there, and yeah, I want to put in the garage opening. I'm just going to Google standard to standard to garage dimensions, garage door. Okay, so the garage door they say is 5.23 meters wide. Okay, that's the standard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select outside. Okay, then I'm just going to, no, it's not that. I want to see my lines because now I'm seeing the floor. So I changed from that. I changed the view to see all my things, my floor. I want to see the floor. So they say the Standard garage is 5 meters, 5.23 meters wide. So the half of, so what you can do is you can actually do this. You can say 5230 divided by 2. And you get 2.615 meters. And I believe it's going to be 2 meters tall. Okay, so I made that 2 meters tall. Let me just make sure. How tall is the garage door? Standard garage dimensions. Height. So the height of a garage door is, it doesn't say. Let me just go there and see what they say. They don't say anything. I'm gonna make it 2 meters tall. It's gonna be the same height as a door. Let me just check there. I'm gonna open this thing. Sketch. 2135. 2135. Standard. Let's make it standard. 2135. So it's gonna be 2135. Little bit higher than I expected. Okay. Then we said it must be 523. Okay. Can go all the way down to the middle. And there we've got a rectangle to cut out the garage. So features, extrude cut, and okay, there is the garage. Can you believe it? This is gonna be a nice house. Okay, and then you save it. Okay, after you've saved it, then we can continue. So we've split the garage floor from the rest of the garage, or the rest of the house. So I want this floor to be a wooden floor, but the bathrooms I want to have tiles inside. So let's split that. So we're gonna do that again, and we're gonna select sketch, and I think let's make a line from there, like in the middle. That needs to be a normal line, not a construction line. And then as well as from the middle, from there to there. Okay, and we're gonna exit the sketch. We've got our 2 floating points there. Select curves, split line there. So that's the line we want, and that's the surface. And we're gonna project it. So let's see, it's split there, it's split there, and now we've got, that's gonna be our wooden floor. Okay, so that's our wooden floor. So let's go ahead and put in the wooden floor. So you select the surface, then you select that colorful wheel there. It's going to be appearances. Let me just see, where is it again? Rubber, no, it's not plastic, it's not metal, it's not painted, glass, solid, fabric, organic. It's going to be like wood, wooden floor. Flooring, wooden flooring. Okay. Do we want it light, dark? Okay, that looks stupid. Is that the only options we have? Okay, and then we're gonna make it a little bit. I'm gonna rotate it. Well, let's do it like this. Oh, that looks cool, huh? Gonna just put it normal. Gonna put it like this, and it's gonna be something like, I know wooden flooring is like a meter, it's like 1.2 meters in length. You can change the color, you can make it darker. Let's make it like this. This looks nice. I like it. I like it. So I'm gonna say okay. So we've put in our wooden flooring, and then I want this to be like a dark, not a rubber. Well, let's see how it would look like. No, painted, powder coat, dark powder coat. No. Okay, let's just make it a rubber-like material. Okay, so that's going to be the garage floor, and then oh wait, we can put tiles in. So to put in tiles, what I do is let me just exit here. I go to CTM's website. Okay, CTM tiles, floor tiles. So we want floor tiles, and you can choose any tile you want. Let's see what is nice tiles. Yeah, that looks nice. Want a nice looking tile, but I want like a whitish tile. View more. But that's just normal. Let's see. Because the cool thing about this website is they give you the tile, a picture of the tile that is just a tile. Like that. So what you can do is, so that's the tile. This tile doesn't look that nice. I'm gonna select a darker tile. Let's see the tiles. I like this tiles. This is nice. This is a very nice. So they say the tile is 350 by 350. So what you do is you go to Coral Draw. I'm using different things now. Then you just open a new window. Then what I'm gonna do is can I copy this image, or what can I do? I'm gonna screen grab it. So I'm gonna say new. I'm just gonna take this tile, like that. I'm gonna go to Coral Draw and paste it, and I want it to be 350 by 350 because they said that is how big the tile is. Okay, so there's one tile. Then I'm gonna take another tile. Oh, let me just do one tile. Okay, wait, I'm gonna do all four. I'm gonna do all 4 tiles. Doesn't have to be precise, it can just be almost the entire picture. Okay, and then I'm gonna say 350 by 350. There's another tile. Okay, I'm gonna go back, say new, going to select the tile again, gonna go back to Coral Draw, gonna paste it, and it's gonna be 350. What am I doing? 350 by 350. Okay, and we need one more tile. Okay, go to Coral Draw, paste it, and make it 350 by 350. Now the grouting I'm going to put in between is going to be I'm going to make it 5 millimeters. So to do that, I'm going to select a line. So it's going to be a 2-point line, and I forgot this isn't SolidWorks, it is Coral Draw. So you have to click and drag. I'm going to make that 5 millimeters. Okay, then you take that thing, you select your line, and I want it to be on that node, and I'm gonna copy and paste this. Okay, take it all the way. You see, this is the stuff I do behind the scenes usually, but I'm doing this now to show you exactly what I'm doing. Exactly. I'm gonna rotate this 90 degrees. Then I'm going to put one there. Okay, I'm gonna take this thing, this tile, put it there, and I'm gonna put this tile there. I just want to move this thing, this line to that node. I'm gonna select this corner of the node. Then I need one more line there. I'm gonna take 2-point line. It's gonna be from node to node, and then what's cool now is you select your smart fill. So I'm just going to select that middle. So there's my grout line, and the color I want is like gray. Let's see what looks nice. This gray, lighter gray. Now let's take like a like that. I think that looks nice. Okay, now we can select our lines. Okay, I selected something else now. What's this? Okay, that's the grout line. So I'm going to select all that lines, delete it, and now I'm going to, so this is 350, so it's 705 millimeters. Okay, so I'm going to export this. I'm going to export it to my downloads. I'm just going to say it is a 705 floor tile. Press export. It's gonna show me a thing of what's it gonna look like. any moment now. Okay, I'm gonna say okay, because I've got like a, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, okay, let's see if it works. So now you say normal to, okay, you select a surface and say normal to, then you select the color wheel thingamajiggy. You can pick anything, you can say paving, asphalt, whatever. You click on advanced, you scroll all the way to the bottom, you say browse for image, go to downloads, select the floor tile, say open. There is my floor tile, but the thing is we want it to be the exact size. Okay, the thing is now I don't put a square around it. I can see I didn't put a square around it. So that image is wrong. So I still need to put a square around. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from node. It's going to be 5 millimeters. Okay, so I'm going to make this. I want to, the whole time I'm pretending it is SolidWorks and no, it's not working. So I'm going to move this to the corner of the tile, which is going to be there, and then that's going to be 5 as well. So let's make it 5 millimeters, and then move that to the corner as well. Okay, now I'm going to draw a line, a long line. How long must this line be? So it is going to be 710. 710. And it moved now. I'm just going to get it to the right place. I'm going to move it to there. And then you just connect the two nodes. And now I'm going to select Smart Fill again, and I want it to be that exact same color, and it is there. So that's the Smart Fill. Okay, I'm going to remove all these lines. Okay, so we've got grouting on the edge there. So now we export it again. Okay, I just selected export. It's going to be the 710 floor tile because we made it bigger now. So export. It loads, and it loads. Any minute now. Okay, there it is. Okay, we go back to SolidWorks. Select this surface. We're gonna make a paving asphalt. We go to advanced. So you select advanced and then browse image path. The 710. So open. Okay, so there it is. Now it's not the exact size we're looking for. So the size we're looking for is 710 by 710. So we're going to say mapping. It's going to be It's not going to have a fixed aspect ratio. And this is going to be 710 by 710. So there the floor tiles are exactly what it needs to be. Okay. So let's see if it fits nicely. I'm going to fit it to that corner there. Doesn't want to move. Nope. I don't want to do that. Okay, so the floor tile is there. So okay. Then I'm just gonna select that and that and that again, and then click there. Then everything is floor tile. It's selected. Okay. So we've got our tiles in there, which is nice. The nice tiles looking there. Okay. And then you save it because you don't want to do it again. Okay, so now we've got the garage there, entrance hall, the 2 bathrooms, the 2 bedrooms, and everything. And I think I want to put a window. I'm going to put 2 windows there. There's obviously going to be windows here, but we can't see them because the wall is a lot shorter than it needs to be. So I'm going to put in a window. I'm just thinking, where must I put in the window? Okay, let's put in 2 windows. I'm just going to change the view again so I can see where my walls are. Okay, so a window is the same height as a door. So that is the height the window must be. Okay. And then I'm gonna get the middle of this thing, of this room here. Okay, there's the middle, and then I'm gonna get the middle of this room here, which is there. And then I'm gonna draw a line up. Okay, so there's the middle. I want the window to come down 700. Let's say 700. Or is it not enough? 700. Let's make it 900. Okay. So 900. Then how big do I want the windows? So this is 2 meters wide. Let's put in a 1 meter wide window. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, so that's the middle. So we're going to say 500. Okay, the thing is, we want the bath that side. The bath's going to be this side. So I'm going to put the window on this side. So I'm just going to take that corner. So let's put in a square window, 900 by 900. Okay, so there's going to be square window there, and then this window is going to be twice the size. Let's make it. It's going to be a big window. Let's put it just one side of the room. Oh no, let's put it in the middle. Okay, so I'm gonna make it, let's make it 7, not 1, 750 by 750. Well, 750 both sides. So it's 1.5 meters wide. It's going to be exactly as wide as the door. So it's going to be like, not symmetrical, but it's going to look good. Okay, so that's where I want my windows. And now I'm going to select extrude cut. I want it to go through there. So there's my two windows. A small window there and a bigger window there. And there is my floor plan as it is now. Just going to save it. Now I'm going to put in color for the walls. Okay, and to do that, you can just select the walls and go there and say you can just select the color, like any color you want. I'm gonna make it like a lightish beige. Yeah, that looks nice. Looks nice. Looks nice. I'm gonna make that the same color. I can make actually all the extrude and everything. I can make the same color. So that, and then all the cuts and this cut and this cut. I'm gonna make the same color as that. Okay, did not work. So let me just. So what I'm gonna do is gonna select that, not the floor. Gonna select the top, that cut there, that garage cut, and the window cut. Gonna select color again, and I wanted that. So yes. Okay, cool. So we've got all the colors here. I think what it will let it look nice is if I make this wall brick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that first. I'm going to go to brick. I want it to be bricks. Oh, that is like big bricks. Let me. That looks fine. Can I have it like light? What does the other bricks look like? Old English brick. What's this? This is a fire brick. Let me take the old. I think the old English brick will look nice. I think that's gonna look good. Okay, but these bricks are massive. Let's put in more bricks there. Oh, okay. That looks good. I'm just gonna select the other walls I want brick as well. Not that anyone's gonna see it, but I see that's not gonna work. So what I can do is I can select that wall and then that wall. That wall is gonna look perfect. Now I have to do these two walls separately. Let's select brick, and I put in this brick, and this brick is massive. Now I need it to be the same size. it is not the same size because I don't want it to look horrible. But the thing is, no one's going to see this side anyway, so that looks fine. Looks fine. Looks fine. You're only going to see that wall there. Okay. So now I'm going to save it. And now we must start with the kitchen cabinets. Before we can do the kitchen cabinets, I realized we're not finished with the floor plan yet. So I just realized that there's outside walls here as well. So we need to highlight that outside wall and this outside wall. And then on the color wheel, select it and say OK. And then select that outside wall, that one as well. So you hold Control to select multiple surfaces at once. Then select it and OK. So now we've got brick there as well. Oh, this brick is not lining up. So let me just go like that. I want to drag it a little bit down. So it is. This bricks is it's not lining up properly because it's not even the same size. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. Okay. I'm gonna say okay. I select that one. Let's see if I can line them up. So it must be a little bit, a tiny bit bigger. Did that work? No, it didn't. But anyway, okay. No one's gonna look at that in detail. So this is just an illustration. Okay, and then what we need to do is, I realized that I want to put a bath there, and it's a built-in bath, so we'll need a wall for that as well. So I'm just gonna open the bath. I've got like I have like baths and stuff that I already did. Now I must find the bath first. It is probably here. Okay, this is the bath assembly. Why do I have a bath assembly? Okay, so this is my bath already modeled. I want to see what the measurements are. Okay, so this is 1695 by 830. Okay, so okay, we can basically close that already. Don't save. Okay, so select the floor, say sketch. So the bath is basically, it is 1695 by 830. Just want to make sure. 1695 by 830. Okay, cool. So then what I'm gonna do is I want to put the bath there, and I want to put the bath in this corner. So it's gonna be 830 by 1695. Okay. So then I want like a wall thickness. Between the bath and the actual thing. So what I'm going to do is I can just highlight this, say offset, select offset 111, select OK, and then this one as well, select it, click offset 111, yes, that is what I want. Then I'm gonna, well, it's already inside the wall, so I don't even have to do anything. Then you go to features, extruded boss or base. You see it already knows. It already knows. Okay, but before I do that, I want to see how tall is this bath. So this bath is 510. Okay. So I want to make these 510 high. So okay. Then I'm gonna make all the other walls also 510. So I'm gonna select this, say sketch, then you can say offset 0, because I want that wall. I'm gonna select that, I'm gonna say offset 0, yes. I'm gonna select this wall, offset 0, select that wall. You can only, you just have to press enter, and then it automatically gives you the last I want to say function, the last feature you used, whatever. So I'm just pressing enter there, and now I'm going to raise it by 10 millimeters. So, okay, and now everything looks wonky. So you just select, well, you selected that, you selected that, and select that, click on the color wheel, and everything is now the right color. Okay, so I'm gonna have a bath there and a bath there. The toilet's gonna be there. I don't know if I want to put in a shower. Yeah, okay. So that's fine. Are we gonna save it? Save. Okay, it's saved. Now we can start with the kitchen cabinets. So for the kitchen cabinets, I'm gonna do a separate part. So I'm gonna go to new. Okay. I'm gonna select top plane, sketch. I know the kitchen is 4 meters by 4 meters. I'm just gonna draw a square that is 4 meters by 4 meters. Zoom out. Okay, let's just make sure it is 4 meters. So say evaluate, measure from there until there is 4 meters. And then this is going to be like 4.5. 410, 4,100. Okay. So 4 by 4, a 4 by 4, 4 meter by 4 meter kitchen will fit. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select everything. I'm going to go to sketch, offset. I'm going to select 550 because that is the standard kitchen cabinet width or whatever you call it. So I want my kitchen cabinets to go like this. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to draw a straight line there because I want it to open there. Then I want about it is almost 3 meters. I want it to be, let's make it 1.5. Just thinking, because I want the cabinets to run like this, all the way over, and then there's going to be like a small table there. So the small table is going to hang over by, let's say, 20 centimeters, or 10. I'm going to make it 10. So if I make 10, okay, now I know what I'm going to do. This, there's not going to be cupboards there. So I'm just going to, I'm going to cut it off there. So this whole space is going to be a table. So I'll say extruded boss base, I want that part. So a normal kitchen countertop is 900 millimeters high, but I want it to be 880, because 2 centimeters above that is going to be the granite or the marble slab. So I'm gonna make it that high like that. Okay, cool. Then what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna put like a corner cabinet here. So there's gonna be a corner cabinet here. The oven is gonna be here, the stove. So the stove I know is the one I have is 900 wide. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm first going to put in a cabinet, like a corner cabinet. So I want it to come out by, let's say 15. Let's make it 20. 20, so it's 200. Okay, and then 45 degrees. Oh, that's small. So let's make it bigger. We'll make it 30 centimeters. And then, because this is basically going to be a door. 40, it looks fine. But I'm just tracing the outline here. Okay, so we already made it 800. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say extruded boss or base is going to go in 2 directions. So the one direction, let's say it only goes to there, but you want it exactly there. So what you can say, what you can select here is you can select up to surface till there, and then the other one we want the total, so it's going to be 2700 minus the 880 that we already did. So that is how tall this thing is going to be. Okay, then you select okay. So this thing, it looks very small. It looks very small. Wonder if I must make it bigger. Oh, it's a small food cabinet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. I think I'm going to make it bigger. I'm going to let this come out by another 5 centimeters. Oh, that doesn't help much, eh? Let's make it 10 centimeters. Let's make it 10 centimeters. Okay. 45 degrees. Oh, that looks way better. It looks It looks like you can actually now get into there. I'm going to select extruded boss or base, but I want it all the way down. I'm going to select up to surface, and I'm going to select the surface at the bottom and say okay. Okay. So we've got our corner cabinet there. Then what I want to do now is this thing must actually come out, because we've got like a 2 centimeter overhang. It's gonna come over there. Okay, let me think. We want to put the stove there, the kitchen sink we can put here. It's like a table that is coming out here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make cabinets up here and to there. But firstly, okay, let's do that first. I'll select this. Then I'm gonna make a square. So this cabinet I'm gonna make 900. Okay, 900. Select extruded boss or base, up to surface, this surface right here. Gonna select OK, and then I'm going to do the same on this side. I want this to be 900 as well, and extruded boss or base, up to surface, that surface right there. Okay, yo, looks nice already. Then I want a space here for the stove, the oven. I think the oven is 900. Let me just make sure. Oven assembly. So I drew this decor oven. Just measure. I think it's 900 wide. Yeah, it's 900 wide. Exactly 900. And from front to back it's 550. Standard size. So it's 900 wide. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the oven in the middle. Because it's 500 wide. This was 500, 900 wide. So it needs to be 450. And then I can mark this as 900. So I've got 2 points now. Select the rectangle, click and click, and then I'm gonna extrude it, cut all the way through. All bodies, I want everything. Okay, so the oven is gonna be there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna put countertops. I'm gonna put like a countertop on here, and then I'm gonna put in cabinets. Okay, but let me save this first. Maybe something happens and then yeah. Now I'm looking for my 2-bedroom house. Okay, 2-bedroom house. This is gonna be kitchen cabinets. kitchen cabinets. Okay. Got my two bedroom house kitchen cabinets here. Okay. And then let me make this whole thing. I'm gonna make everything. Oh, everything I want it to be wood. It's gonna be organic wood, mahogany wood. It's a nice wood. Oak. Rosewood. No. Teak. I'm gonna make it teak, and the color is gonna be like dark brown. Okay, that looks nice. Let's just remember that. Okay, so now I'm gonna put on a countertop. So I'm gonna select this and say sketch. Okay, and I'm just want to see where the lines are. Okay, so we have this thing here. So it's gonna come over by 2 centimeters, so 570, and then this. The easy way is just on the corners, just make like what's this? It's a dot or something. So it just makes it easier. So this must be 570 as well, and then this must be 570, and okay, this is gonna come all the way up here, so this is gonna be 570 as well. Okay, so the table is gonna come out here. So what I'm gonna do is this must actually be longer. By 20. You see what I did there? That point jumped to there, so I'm gonna fix that. And then that must be 20. Okay. And then trim there and there. And then this must also come out by 20. I think let me just delete this. So I'm gonna make this 570, and then this can be the same length, that 570. Okay, so I'm gonna let the table come out at exactly, gonna come to exactly the middle. So I made a construction line there. I'm gonna make another construction line. Okay, and then this construction line is gonna be 570. 570. It can actually be more. It can be 900 because it's a table now. So I'm gonna draw the line until there. and then I'm just gonna connect everything. Okay, cool. Now we can go back to the normal view, and we're gonna extrude now. So now we're gonna say extruded parcel base. I want that, and that small part there. I want that part. I want that part, that small part, that corner, that there, and then there, and there. And I want it to be, let's make it 25 millimeters. I want it 25 millimeters, which is 1 inch. And then I do not want to merge it because it's like it's a separate thing. It's not wood. And I'm gonna say okay. So now I'm just gonna select this, and I'm gonna go to the color wheel, and we're gonna make it I want like a granite. Yes, that looks beautiful. You can even change the color if you want, like darker or something. So let's make it like a little bit darker. Why is it like invisible now? Okay, wait. Let me just do that again. I accidentally selected something that made it invisible. Granite, like that. It is now turning invisible. Let's do that. That is strange. It is strange. Let me do that again. Marble, no. Granite, yes. Oh, it doesn't look bad. Maybe I'm gonna just leave it like that. Okay. Okay, so now we must make it nice. We must make it nice so it's not so edgy. I'm gonna put in fillets. Let's put in a 20 mil fillet. Okay, so I'm gonna go like that, and I'm gonna select that corner there, fillet it as well. Okay, select fillet again, fillet there. I'm gonna make it nice. Okay, that one, I'm gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna make these on the corners. I can make like 100 because it's gonna be like part of the table. Maybe I'm gonna make it 200. Okay, now 150. 150. Okay, and then I must select the edges. So fillet, and then say 10. I'm gonna select that edge. So now it's gonna look stupid. But anyway. And that edge. then this edge. Okay, that looks good so far. It looks good, looks good. Okay. Now it is time for a place for the zinc, the kitchen sink. Now I must remember where did I save this thing. Is it here? Kitchen sink. No, that's kitchen sink mixer. Where did I make a kitchen sink? Kitchen sink. Here it is. Okay. Now I'm going to just measure it first. Evaluate. Measure. It needs a hole that is 944 by 404. Okay. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to put it smack bang in the middle. In the middle of this whole thing. That's not the middle. Just need that. Okay, from there until there. Okay. Then I need the middle of that line. Okay. Okay, so it is 944, which is 450 plus 22. So 450 is 472. Okay. So it's going to be 472. Okay. Then it is, how big was it? It was 404. That's 404. 404, yes. So 202 each side. So I must select the middle of this thing. Okay. And then from there, well, that's the middle. I don't know why I did that just now. Anyway, I'm gonna draw a line that's 202 by 9. Is it 944? 944 by 404. Let me just see. I'm confusing myself here. Is it 944? Indeed it is. It is 944. Okay. So now I've got my block that I can make here. So this block is 944 by 404. And I'm going to make an extruded cut for the basin. Yes, it's a granite basin, eh? Yo, miraculous. Okay, so the basin is going to be there. Let me just save this. And now we need some cabinet doors. Okay, to put in the cabinet doors, I'm going to put in this doors first. So let us make a section. I want it to be like that. Okay. And say okay. So now I can work on this side. Okay, cool. So select the face and say sketch. I'm gonna put in, I want 4 doors here, 4 doors up there. So let me just measure the space first. This is 3.05 meters. I'm just gonna change the view so I can actually see what I'm doing. Then I want, this is gonna be a gap. So 3, let's say we want a, in total there's going to be 4 doors, which is 5 gaps, so there's 10 millimeters between each door. So I have the middle there, I want 5 millimeters, and then so 3, it's going to be 750. Each door is going to be 750. Oh, it's going to be massive doors. Massive doors is massive cupboards, and then 10 millimeters, and then again 750, like that. And then I'm just gonna, I want a line there that is, say 20 from the top. It's gonna go all the way through, and then from the bottom it's gonna be, I'm gonna make it 50. Let's make it 100. Now there's like a standard measurement, but I'm not gonna go into detail. So I'm just gonna mark points there where it where all the lines cross. Okay, and I'm gonna make a point there and a point there. Now I can put in my squares. It's the 1 square. There is another square, and I'm gonna do exactly the same on the top. So I'm just gonna extend this line to the top. Everything to the top. Okay, the thing is I'm only doing the 1/2 because I'm gonna mirror it. So you only have to do 1/2. So you don't have to do stuff twice. And then I'm gonna give myself a 10 millimeter gap, and then at the bottom as well I'm gonna make it a 10 millimeter gap. Okay, then I'm gonna put my points there. You probably don't have to put the points there, the dots, but I just do it because I don't want to struggle. Okay, now you select everything and you you hold control and you select the center line to unselect it, and then you say mirror entities, which line we want the center line. We say okay, and there is your cabinets. And now I'm going to say extrude to boss or base, and I'm going to go back to normal view, and I want it to be 20. I want it to be 20. No, I don't. I want it to be 15. Okay, and we say okay, and all of a sudden it is now a different color. So let's make it wood again. Let's see, what is this wood? It was. It's not saying what it is. Let me just see if I can find it. So it was it teak and that dark brown color. Why is it becoming invisible? It is strange. I want it to be invisible. Where is it now? Teak like that. Just want to see. Looks in. It's like shining through it. I want to see if I. Office products, photo view, render tools, integrated preview. I just want to see if it stays invisible when I render it. Yeah, it looks horrible. Horrible. So I don't want it to be. What does it look like if I render it now? It's so weird. It feels like I want to. I think I'm going to save it. Then I'm going to. Let me just get out there. Is that the only thing that's open? No, the bath is open as well. Okay, let me just open this thing. So it's a 2-bedroom house, kitchen cabinets. Okay. Let me highlight everything. I'm gonna highlight everything. I'm gonna make everything wood now. Okay, so it is wood, yes. But wait, I don't want it to be shiny. So I'm gonna say illumination or surface finish. Reflection, where's the reflection? Surface displacement distance. Illumination transparent 0. Reflection 0. I don't want it to reflect anything. Then I want this, and then all the fillets to be granite. Okay. I want to see what it looks like if I photo view it. No, that looks better. It looks better. Okay. now it is time for, can't really see that there's cabinets there. But anyway, so I'm gonna put two cabinets here, two smaller cabinets, smaller ones. Okay, and then I'm gonna put drawers here. So what I'm gonna do is, let's put in cabinets, change the view. Okay, and you see now I already have this marks. I can just take it straight through, don't have to measure anything now. Okay, so I'm just taking it straight through all the tops and bottoms of the cabinets, or the cabinet doors. The whole thing is a cabinet, a kitchen counter. Okay, so this I want, okay, let me just do this. I want 10 millimeters of gap there, and then I want 10 millimeters of gap there as well. And now I want the middle. This goes to there. All you have to do is you can draw a line through the middle. I don't know why I keep on doing this. I can just like draw it all the way straight down. I'm gonna select the right point there, and then I'm gonna select, well, I'm gonna take that away. Construction line, take the middle and take it all the way down. Then I'm going to select this. I'm going to say offset entities 5 millimeters bi-directional, so it's both sides. And you say OK, and then there it is. But I want it to be construction lines. Okay, and see, I'm not using the dots now. Just wing it, and then there's gonna be one there and there and like that, and then the other side as well. I think I'm gonna put two cabinets and then one split there. So this is gonna be big cabinets. 10. So I'm just marking that as well. And I don't have to do the bottom one by its own. Just going to get 10 millimeters from this side as well. I don't have to take it all the way down, I have to take it to there. And then I'm going to do exactly the same with this. There's the center, and then you click it, offset, yes, highlighted, construction, yes, and then you get your squares or your rectangles. Get your rectangles to draw cabinet doors. Okay, so that is in. And then this is going to be, oh, I said I wanted drawers. We can do drawers. Let's do drawers. Let us do drawers. I'm going to make it 10 millimeters. Okay. And then I'm going to put in 4 drawers. So I don't have the middle point here, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So it's 760. 760 minus 50 is 710. No, wait, I already minus that. So it is going to be 1, 2, 3. So it's going to be 730. 730 divided by 4 equals how much? Let me first check how much is that. Let me get my calculator here. 730 divided by 4 is 182.5. Okay. So what we're going to do now is, let's see if we can do this. And then just say it is 182.5. No more. 182.5. Enter. Okay, cool. And then there must be a 10 mil gap. So it's going to be 10. Okay. I don't know what happened there, but anyway. Oh, it came shorter. Then it's going to be 182.5. And it jumps again, so we're gonna fix this thing in place. And now I can change it 182.5. Now it is changed, and to make it easier, I'm just gonna take the center of the thing and I'm gonna highlight this. I'm gonna say mirror, mirror where, mirror over there, and say okay. So there we have all 4 cabinets. And normal view, extruded boss or base. You see it highlights everything as we want it, and you can say okay, and it changed again. So let me highlight that. I'm gonna highlight this and this and say boom. Is it invisible? No, it's not. Okay, so everything is nice now. Okay, then we need cabinets on this side as well. Looks like there's only going to be 3 cabinets that fits in there. Okay, I'm just going to leave the cabinets that side because no one's going to see it. They're just going to see this side. Okay, now we need a door here. So I'm going to select it and I'm going to say offset entities. No, I don't want it bi-directional. I want it 10 millimeters from every side, reverse direction. Yes, like that. And then it must be the same height as this cabinet doors. Okay, and then we're gonna extrude boss or base that side like that. Oh shit, I didn't draw the line straight through. Okay, so I'm just gonna normal to it, sketch. Okay, and then now we can select it. There it is. It is not touching anything. Okay, cool. And that thing is, looks like a granite piece of thing. Okay. So that is done. Now we need holes for the cabinet doors, and well, holes for the handles, and we need to put in a extractor fan here and a pole, because what I'm going to do is let me put in this pole first. Okay, I'm just going to take this corner 45 degrees like that, and then the other corner 45 degrees, and we're going to take a circle, and let's make the circle 15. Oh, that's like massive. Make it 50. Okay, now I'm going to say features extruded boss or base up to surface, which will be the ground, and I'm not going to merge it. I'm just going to say okay, and this thing thinks it is it's a granite piece of thing, which is not true. I'm going to make this chrome. I'm going to say metal chrome, make it like a brushed chrome. Okay, so let me see. I'm just gonna save this. Save. Let's see what it looks like so far if we render it. Not that bad. It is not that bad. It looks okay. Just my PC is not that good at rendering, so no, it looks okay. It looks fine. It is just a model. It is just a model. Okay, so now we're gonna put in holes everywhere for the cabinet doors. So we need holes for the handles that is going on the doors. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a section again. We want to work on this side first, and let's select the face, normal to say sketch. Okay, let me just make this so I can see. Okay, so I'm planning on having the handles 10, let's say 10 centimeters, like it's going to be a total of 15 centimeters with 10 in the middle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the handles, just make it 25 millimeters. Let's make it 50 millimeters. 50, is that too much? No, it's good. It is good. Okay, so I'm going to draw a line straight through. That is the, because I want the top cabinets, the handles must be like this, like horizontal, and then these cabinets handles is going to be vertical. So what I'm going to do now is the total, let me just get the middle point here, because I'm only going to draw it once. I'm going to draw it once and I'm going to mirror it. So let me just get a center line. Okay, so we've got it at 50. So let me make it 50 as well. I want that corner. Give me the corner. Okay, so it's going to be 50. You see now it's not even sticking to the corner. That's why sometimes you need a dot. Okay. So I'm going to make 50 and now the dot moves. Let me just select that and fix it. And then fix the dot in place as well. Now I'm going to make it 50. And this one's going to be 50 as well. Okay, then it's going to go down. And this is going to go down as well. Okay. So I want it to be a centimeter from the edge. So basically I'm gonna have a 15 centimeter line like that, and then from the middle it's gonna be 5, so it leaves 2.5 centimeters on each side. So it must be 2.5, 3.5. I want it to be, let's make it 3.5, 4.5. I'm gonna make it 5. Let's make it so it looks nice. It's gonna be 5. Let's make this 5. And then so that it's gonna start here. Then it must be, the middle is gonna be 7.5. So I'm gonna make it 5 as well. 50. And then 10. Like that. Okay. And then I'm gonna do exactly the same the other side. It's gonna be 50. And then 50 again, and 100. So where that lines are crossing now, that is where I'm gonna put my dots, because that's gonna be my center points for the handles. Okay, and then I'm gonna do handles on this side as well. So this is gonna be 50. And 50. It's gonna cross. Gonna have 100, and it's gonna cross again, and then I'm gonna put my points there, my dots, and now I'm gonna put in some circles. So circles, I'm gonna make a radius of 5 millimeters. It doesn't really matter what size you make it. It doesn't even have to be the same size as what the handle is going to be, because we're just going to center it. But let's make it the same size. Okay, so now we've got our points marked. We're going to select that. We're going to hold control and select that as well, and then say mirror, mirror where, mirror there, and then say okay. So we've got our dots there, and now we're going to make an extruded cut, of a centimeter is fine. And there we have our holes for the handles. Okay, so that is nice. And now we must do this side. So let us do this side. Okay, so what do? We marked a space for, what is 50. Okay, and then here we're gonna mark 50, then 50 again, and then it's gonna be 10. Is it even the same size, same height? Let's see. No, it's not, because this was 100. So this must be 100. Let's see if it gets to the same point. Oh, now it is. Now it is correct. Okay. I'm gonna take this all the way down. Not all the way, just halfway. Is that the center? Yes, it is. Now we're gonna make it 50. 800, like so. Then we're gonna make our dots. Something doesn't seem right. I see that was 10. So this must be 10. Was it? I'm thinking now. 10, 10. Well, we can put that closer. Doesn't matter. No one's gonna know. They will know. No, they're not. They are not going to know. Make that 5. Make that 5. Make that 5. And 5. And then we're going to select that. We want that circle as well. So select it. And say mirror. Mirror there. No, I don't want to select that line. Mirror there. Yes. No, that's not gonna work. We need that to be 10. And then this to be 10 as well. Can I just fix this point in place so it doesn't move? And then fix this point. Then I'm just gonna say move entities. What do you want to move? I want to move that from where to where? From there to there. Okay. So now I'm gonna mirror the. I want that, and I want that, and that one, and that one. To mirror it across from there. Okay. And now it is this side. normal 2. So what I can do here is I can literally copy and paste this. So I'm gonna delete that point. I'm going to draw a center line on the cabinet. Then I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna say Control C to copy, and I'm gonna paste it right there. So now that line is that line. Now I must get the correct line here. I can just make a dot there. But I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna say move entities from there up until the dot. No, must be like this. So that dot mustn't be there. The dot must be there. So now I can move it. Move it from there to there. Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna take that away. Take that away. Now it is the drawers. Just gonna make a center line. Okay, and then like that. Then I just want to mark 50. Take it all the way down, and I'm gonna draw lines in the middle of the drawer. Just one more, and now I can make my dots. Dot, dot. There is a dot, and there is a dot. Now I can make my circles. So 5, 5, 5, and 5. Okay, and then I'm gonna say mirror entities. I want all the circles. Did I really select that circle? Huh, can't believe it. Okay, and I'm gonna say okay. I'm gonna take that away. I'm gonna say extrude cut. Is it everything? Yes, it is. I only want it to be 10 millimeters in. So okay, and there is all the handles. So this one also needs a handle, and I'm gonna put it in the middle of the cupboard. Just want to see what I'm doing here. So it must be 50, and then 50. I'm gonna make a hole. Oh, I'm gonna make a circle. Normal view, extrude cut. Yes, yes, I want it like that. And then I'm gonna save it. Okay, so now I think we're done with this, with the cabinets. Now I must make the handles. So go to a new part. So the way we're gonna make the handles is, let's say top plane, and this must be 50. It didn't even move. 50. Okay, Just want the center line. I'm gonna make this 5, and I'm gonna mirror that thing over this. Gonna extrude. I'm gonna extrude it about 20. Let's make it 30. Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna select the right plane and sketch. Okay. Gonna make a circle now on the middle there, like that. So it's right there in the middle. Gonna extrude boss or base to 75. No, not 750. 75. 75 both sides. 75. Yeah, like that. So that is my handle, and I'm gonna make it brushed chrome to go with that other thing. Okay, now I'm gonna save it. Save as cabinet handle. Okay, cabinet handle. I'm gonna close that. Now we must put all the handles together. Okay, I don't want the floor plan now, so I'm gonna get the kitchen cabinets. This is my kitchen cabinets. And how many handles do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 plus 4 is 19. I need 19 handles. Okay, so you go to assembly, insert components, cabinet handle. Okay. Then let me put in, I'm gonna put in 8 first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So okay. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna mate all this to the same plane basically. So I'm gonna say that must equal to that. That one must equal to that one. Then that one must be equal to that one. Then that one and that one. Boom. That one and that one. And then that one and this one. And then all of them together. Okay, and then what you do then is you select there, and you want it to be flush with the cabinet door, like that. And you say okay, okay, click on mate again. You select that circle must come there, and that circle must come there, like that. And then you just have to do it with every single one of them, which is like very tedious. It doesn't want to do it now. I wonder why. We'll just fix it into place by itself. That must come there. Okay, and then that must come there. This handle there, and then that handle must come there. It's like almost putting in handles in real life. Okay, I don't know what I did there, but it doesn't want to mate there. The holes are probably not as far up, or not as, it's not as big as it needs, or as wide as it needs to be. That's why I'm probably getting that problem. Let me just fix it manually. Okay, and then that one must go there, and then that one there. Okay, last one of this side must go there, and then that one must go there. Okay, cool. Now we need a cabinet handle. Open. Okay, how much do we need now? Okay, let's do this side. So it's 4. It's basically 10. Okay, so we need 10 handles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let us mate everything together. Okay, so that must be there, that one must be there. So I'm just mating all the, must be on the same level. Well, otherwise you have to mate everything one by one. Well, that's basically what I'm doing now, but I think it's a little bit quicker. A few more to go. Okay, one more to go. I think it's the last one. Is it the last one? Yes. Okay, and then that must it flush with that. Is it correct? It looks like it. Okay, so now we take that one and we want it there. Okay, we want that one to be there. We want that one to be there. That one can be there. Okay, got a few more to go. That one can go there, but this one needs to go there. And then this can go there, then that one can go there. Okay, now it's only the drawers. Looks like I'm missing one. I might be missing a piece. And then, okay, no, I'm not. They're like overlapping. They are overlapping. And then that one is there. Okay, cool. And then we only need one more handle for the big pantry. The pantry. That is gonna be like that. Yes, it's like that. And then that must line up with this hole here, and then this hole line up with that. Okay, cool. It looks nice now. It looks very good. Okay, I'm just gonna save this assembly. Save as kitchen. This is the kitchen cabinet. Oh, kitchen cabinets assembly. This is the kitchen cabinets assembly. And let me put in the basin. Where did I? What's it here? Kitchen sink. Well, I need this. I need this as well. The kitchen sink mixer, and now I need the kitchen sink. Kitchen. It might be at the 1-bedroom apartments. Kitchen sink. I had it like just now. No, it's not there. Kitchen sink. Where would I have saved it? There's the knives. Kitchen sink. There it is. Okay, cool, I found it. Got so many places where I save stuff. Okay, so there. That must be in line with that. And then that must be there. And that must be there. Okay. And now I must put in the sink mixer. Must be there. Okay. Then the thing is, I just want it to be, that line must be parallel to like that line. Oh, wow. Okay, wait. Let me try that again. That must be parallel to that. Yes. Okay, now I'm just gonna move it into place. I'm gonna eyeball it. Does it look center? It looks like the center. Okay, that's nice. That is very nice. Okay, I forgot one thing. I forgot the extractor. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open the kitchen assembly. So it's 2-bedroom house, kitchen cabinets. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna make the extractor. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to draw on that plane. So draw. Then I want the top view. Okay, cool. Then I'm just going to make a nice thingamajig like that. And I'm going to say extrude. Let's make it 20 high. And I'm not going to merge it. So okay. It's a granite slab there now. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a plane, so I'm going to say insert reference geometry plane, reference where, reference there, and I'm going to make it 200 high as well. So okay, I'm going to draw on this plane. And I'm going to take this, I'm going to offset it, reverse, let's make it 15. I actually need it to be a square because the pipe in the middle is going to be a square. So let's do that, but because that, how big is this line? 25. So now I'm going to take the center of this thing. 25 divided by 2 is 12.5. So I'm going to make this 25 as well. It looks like you can't even see anything. Okay, now you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to make this construction. Okay, and I'm just going to make a nice square here. Okay, and then I'm going to say extrude to where it wants to know, to where, to up to surface, to there, to the roof of the house. Okay, and now I can hide this plane. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say a lofted boss or base from there to there, and it is not like that. Yes, and then you say okay, and then you take all this stuff you just did, this loft and this. Okay, I want that as well. I don't know why it suddenly merged. Just say from there until there. I don't want to merge it. Merge, no. I don't want to merge the merge result. No. No, I don't want to merge it. I want everything to be separate. Then I'm just going to select. I'm going to select the loft as well and that. And I'm going to make it chrome. Brushed chrome. Brushed chrome. Yes. There is an extractor now. Okay, and I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna exit, and there it is. There it is. Okay. Okay, let me put in that oven. I'm gonna put in the oven. There's the oven. Oven assembly. There it is. And I want to put it on the ground. And that must be there. Boom. And it must be against the wall. Yeah, looks nice. Looks nice. Very nice. Okay. So there's my kitchen. My kitchen is there. Okay, so I'm just gonna save this. We can make it look nicer if we put in more stuff. So let us put in a kettle. Okay, so we've got the oven. So I think it's at random objects. We can put in the air fryer. Let's put in the air fryer. There's the air fryer assembly. Okay, there's the air fryer, and we want a blender. So the blender assembly, there's the blender. We can put in a kettle. Let me see what's still here. Here's the Jacob's coffee. We can put in the Jacob's coffee, and I'm not gonna put in a can of Coke. Okay, so let me see, knives. Can put in knives, and what else is there? Because the knives, the kettle 2.0, and okay, I'm gonna put in chairs now. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mate everything at the bottom, so everything is at the same level. That must be same as that, and then that must be the underside of that. Okay, and now I can put everything on the counter. Okay, the same height as the counter, and then okay, then I'm gonna, this is gonna be parallel to this. Okay, okay, so the air fryer, let's put the air fryer there. Okay, and I'm gonna put the knives there in the corner. Okay, the kettle, where are we gonna put the kettle? I can put it here with the coffee. No, it's actually be here because the drawers are there. So I'm gonna mate this side parallel to the cabinet. No, it must be switched around like that. I'm gonna put it here, and the coffee, I'm gonna put the coffee there, and then the blender, I'm gonna make that parallel to the front of the cabinet, and I'm gonna put the blender there for like smoothies and stuff. Okay, let me just save it. Save. I think it's giving me an error for the Jacob's coffee. So let me, I'm gonna take out the Jacob's coffee. So let me, all this, I'm gonna delete, yes, 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 delete it. Okay, let me try and save now. Okay, it is saved. Now I'm gonna put in the chairs. Where did I save the chairs? I think I did it at one bedroom apartment. One bedroom apartment. Kitchen. LED mirror, no TV, sliding glass door, cabinet, carpet. Where is that? And nope, nope. Oh, here it is, bar stool. It's a bar stool. Okay, I'm gonna put in. I can say I can fit in like 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm just gonna make everything so it is the same height, well, the same level. Okay, mating everything, and then the last one must be on the floor. Okay, then I'm gonna put 3 of these in line. So that must be it is not working. Let me put it in line. You see I made like a small indent there, so you can put everything in line which you want to be in line. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna make parallel with that, no other way around, like that, and then that one there is gonna be the same as that one there, and it's gonna be parallel. No, it must be turned around like that. Now I'm gonna look from above and put everything where it should be. Okay, that should be there. Like that. That one can be there. Now these 3 can be like that. Very nice, very nice. Okay, I'm just gonna save this, and then we can start with a new assembly. We can put in the floor plan, and then we can just put in the kitchen. I'm gonna put in the kitchen. I can say mate. I want the underneath of that thing to be on the floor, and then I want that wall, well, there to be there, and that needs to be there. So there the kitchen is in, and it looks very good. So okay, then I'm gonna save it as this at the 2-bedroom house. 2-bedroom house. Let's make it 2-bedroom house assembly. Okay, so we're gonna start assembling now. I'm going to put in a fridge. So the fridge would be where? Kitchen sink. Okay, there's the fridge. In my language it's called an ijskast. That's why it's got different names. The back of the fridge I want it to be against the back of the wall, and now I'm just gonna slide it over it can be like that. So the fridge is going to be right there. Okay. And now I think we should put in the doors. So insert components. One bedroom apartments. I did it that time. So it is door left and door right. I want to see it. Door left opens like that. So I'm going to need one here and one here as well. So it's 3, 4, 5. All the doors is opening to the left. That's actually cool. So I'm going to need 5 of these door frames. Okay. Now I must get everything the same height. So that must be the same height as that one. And that one must be the same height as that one. And that one. Okay. Then that one must be the same height as that one. And that one must be the same height as that one. Okay, and then we just, I don't know if these were linked, but let's do it. Okay, and then that must be on the floor. Okay, so now I'm gonna put in all the doors. That one can be there. Okay, we just move it into place. I'm gonna move it now, like I'm gonna move it into place better. I just want everything to be nice. Okay, so that door is gonna be there. This door is gonna be against that wall there, which is correct. And then this one is gonna be against that wall there. The thing is about doors is it opens to the inside of where you're going. So it is always to the inside of your room. That is how I have it. So that's how I'm doing it. So this opens to the inside of the house. So that's why it is going inside, not outside. Okay, then what I need to do now is look from above and position the doors to be in the middle. In the middle of where it should be, the middle of the wall. Otherwise the door will fall out. Okay, that's already there. Okay, so we've got doors in now. That looks weird. There's 3 doors there. Okay, then we're gonna save it. I think I can quickly do the bathrooms. So for the bathrooms I will need I'm gonna need an LED mirror times 2. I've got 2 LED mirrors. Okay, and I will need a I don't need any doors left. Bathroom, corner shower. I'm gonna put in 1 shower, corner shower. I'm gonna put in 1 corner shower. all these stuff I've already like modeled. So okay, I need the bath and the toilet. I did a separate video on the toilet. So here's the toilet number 2.0. So I need two of these, two toilets. Okay, and then I need the two baths. So the baths will be, it will be at badkamer, because that is what it is called in my language. It is a badkamer. It's literally just a bathroom. So a kamer is a room. And okay, I think I'm gonna do this first. So let me get everything on the same level. Corner shower. Okay, cool. Now I must put in the bath. This bath, that is gonna be against that wall. I must put everything on the ground. I can't float here in the air. There, everything's on the ground. People must bath there in the air. Okay, then that is gonna be against this wall, but it must be reversed like that. And then there can be against that wall. This is actually an exact replica of the bath we used to have, and this thing was amazing. It was amazing. I'm just gonna put the toilet against the wall. I want it there. I'm just gonna position it into place like that. And then this toilet. The thing about toilets, what I've learned is it should always be preferably against an outside wall. Um, it should be against an outside wall. So if you have like a blockage, the pipes here on the outside, it's easier to get into. So yeah. Okay, then a corner shower. I think I'm gonna put the corner shower there. So I'm gonna make that against that wall. No, it must turn around. It must turn around. And then this is gonna be there. Does it fit? Yes, it does. So this bottom is gonna be tight. Well, at least not that bad. Now I've got these, but I need the wall hung cabinet. Probably a W. Wall hung basin cabinet. I need two of these. And these are actually a real product you can buy. This cabinet you can buy. Um, these mirrors, like real stuff. Because I'm gonna put that against this wall, and then this one I'm gonna put against that wall. Okay, now what I want is I want this to be 900 from there. So I'm gonna say like that, and it will be 900. Yes. And then I'm just gonna match that with that. And then I'm gonna look from above and position it in place. I'm going to put it there so you can still walk there, and that one I'm going to put there. Okay, like that. Okay, and then you see this is mirrors with like an LED strip in front of them. It's really cool. I'm gonna put these also against the wall. Okay, and then that one against that wall. Okay, now I must get the correct placement. Okay, I think it's the middle. Does it look like the middle? Oh, I hope so. I hope it is in the middle. And then this one here. Okay, let's see how it looks like. Beautiful. Okay, wait, let me just put both of them at the same height. Otherwise it's gonna look weird. Okay, let me make them a little bit higher, about there. Okay, that's good. That's not the middle. I think that's the middle. Okay, I'm gonna save this. And then I'm gonna do now the front door and the windows. So before we do the front door and these two windows, because I'm going to do a garage door as well, I think let's put in everything that we can. So I'm going to put in the one bedroom apartment, which I did. I have like a sliding door, sliding glass door, which is the exact same size as as this one. So I'm gonna get it on the floor. Okay, it's on the floor, and the thing told me that my system is running out of memory. I don't have, I've just got like 16 gigs of RAM, not much. Okay, so the sliding door can be there. Okay, cool, so the sliding door is in. Okay, let me just save this before my PC wants to crash. So I'm gonna put in a carpet here, the TV. Let's do the bedrooms. Let's actually put in the taps. So I've got Tivoli taps, a bath mixer. Okay, we want 2 bath mixers. So I'm gonna place that thing. So I'm gonna put in 2. Okay, and I want that to be against the wall. Okay, I actually want them both to be the same height. Okay, so let me just move this into place like that, and then that one is gonna be okay, I should put it against this wall. I can put it against that wall there. So it's like in the middle. It's in the middle of the bath. So let's see how high it is. That looks fantastic. Is it good now? This must be like in the center. Like so. Oh, I've moved it up again. Right. Let me let me move it down. This thing is like floating. Okay. It is at a nice level now. And then let me save again. I'm gonna put in the same couches as I actually want to do like a corner couch. I want to put the TV here and a corner couch like this, but I don't know if there's gonna be enough space. So let me put in the bed first. Browse. Let's browse. It is called the it's not a 3/4, a queen size bed. I made a queen size bed, and it's putting 2 queen size beds. Okay, both of them must be on the floor. People can't sleep there in the middle of the air. So let's put it there, and then the one bed I'm gonna put it against this wall, and then the other bed I'm gonna put against this wall, and then you just move it into place. Huh, like right over the window. I can do like that. It's like decent sized rooms, huh? I wanted to put a built-in cupboard there as well. So I'll put the beds. And save again. Saving. And let me put in the TV stand. The TV stand. 1-bedroom apartments. TV stand assembly. There's the TV stand. And we are gonna put the TV on the floor like that, and I'm gonna put it against that wall there. So I'm gonna put it like right against the wall. Oh, it's actually perfect, huh? Perfecto. So the TV is gonna be there. You see the TV has like a PlayStation and everything. Okay, not this one. Okay, so the TV is gonna be there. I'm gonna put in I want the carpet, modern carpet, and a modern coffee table that I did. So there's the carpet, there's the coffee table. Let's put the, okay, wait. I'm gonna make the coffee table must be on the carpet, and the carpet must be on the floor. Okay, so now I'm going to look from the top. I think I'm gonna I think I'm going to swivel this. So I'm gonna make that edge to be parallel with this wall. Oh man, wrong edge. I'm gonna make that to be parallel with this wall. That's okay. Now I'm gonna look from the top and I can put it like there. Then the coffee table. Okay, the coffee table must also be flipped around. I'm gonna make it parallel to this wall here. Okay, that's nice. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna put that in the middle. Like, I think that's like the middle. Okay. And then I'm gonna put in the there's a double-seater chair. Or it's a single-seater. And the single-seater, I'm gonna put in both that I made. I can actually put in two double-seaters. I can put in two double-seaters. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put in two double-seater chairs. Well, couches. Okay, so both of them must be on the ground. And on the ground. And then this one must be parallel. Why is it not being parallel? That made parallel. It is not working. That must be parallel. Okay, I don't know why it is not. Why don't they want to be parallel? Okay, let's see. That do I have like other reference lines? That must be parallel to this wall. Okay, it wants to be parallel that way. What if you say that this mate that must be parallel, that must be parallel to this line, like so. Okay, cool. I'm gonna look from the top. I'm gonna put in the chair over there and a chair over here. Okay, the carpet can move. People aren't gonna have much space to walk. Let me do this. Let's see how this looks like. It is tight. It's tight. but the door opens like this, so you can still get out of the door. Maybe I must delete this one. I'm gonna delete that one. I'm gonna put in the single seater. And I'm gonna put the single seater at an angle. And the thing is, I actually made like a little corner like this. There it is. There's the corner, and that must be parallel to what? To sure. I've got no corners. Right, let me just. I'm gonna put it on the ground first, and then I can just move it there. I want to put it on a little. Okay, this fine like that. I think that's fine. That is fine. People can still walk there. Okay. Then we need the door and the windows. Okay, to do that, we need to make new parts. A new part. Okay. I'm gonna say front plane, kabam. I'm gonna make a square. Can't remember what size I made this thing. I'm gonna evaluate. I'm gonna measure. Okay, the window is 900 wide by, I think it's 900 by 900. 900 by 900, and then the other one's 1.5. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a square that is 900 by 900. Okay, then I'm going to offset entities, reverse direction. Let's make it 50. I think 50 is, let's make it 40. So it's 40. Okay, and we're gonna extrude this to be 50. Okay, and I actually want the window in the center, so let's mark this 25, 50. Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna extrude to where we're gonna extrude up to the surface there. Okay, and now we're gonna make another one. We are just going to look through everything, and we're gonna put in a window. I'm just gonna go like this. This window is gonna be, let's make it 5 mils. I want to fix this point. I'm gonna make it 5 mils, and now I think it's gonna look stupid now. I don't want to merge it. Okay, see, I should have do it another way. I'm gonna delete that sketch. I have to click there, and say sketch. Then I'm gonna do it again, but now this is from that surface over there. So I'm gonna make a dot there, and then let's try that again. Nope. I want to fix that point. 5. Okay, we can go back to normal view, and now we can extrude it upwards, up to surface, which surface, that surface, and we're not going to merge the result because this is going to be, let me show you. So we've got those two, we're going to make it teak, I think it's teak, that one, and it's like a brownish color. I don't know why it is transparent. I don't want it to be transparent. Illumination. Transparency. Where's the transparency? Surface finish. Illumination. Reflection. Transparency. 0. Don't want it to be transparent. I don't know why it becomes transparent on its own. Okay, now I'm gonna get glass, and I'm gonna get textured glass, and it must be frosted because it's a bathroom. It's a bathroom, so there's the glass inside, and I'm gonna save this as a 2-bedroom apartments. Oh, 2-bedroom house because it's got a garage. I'm gonna save it as bathroom window. Okay, I've got the bathroom window, and now I'm gonna do the bedroom window. So the bedroom window is 1500 by 900. Okay, let's select everything, offset, reverse, it was 40, and I want 3 windows in total. So basically I must split this into 3. What's the length of this? 1420. Okay, so if I have 40, so it's going to be 40, 40, 40, 40. So that is, let me just get my calculator. So it's 160, right? So it's 1500 minus 160 divided by 3 is 446, but I'm going to make it 445. So I can go like this. So 445. Okay. And then this one is going to be 445. This is going to be 40. And then from here it's going to be 40 as well. 40. Okay, so now I can put in my squares or my rectangles. Okay, now I can extrude it. Extrude. I want that, and I want that, I want that. There must be 40. Okay. So make sure the other window also 40. It is 40, right? Don't know why I would make it something else. This 50. It is 50. So we can go back and say edit feature and make this 50. Want it to be 50. Okay, then we're gonna select this and say sketch and then normal 2. Let's look through everything. I'm just gonna make a dot here in the middle and we're gonna make a rectangle. We're gonna fix that point and we're gonna make it 5 mils and we can change the view again, and now we're gonna extrude it up to surface to that surface. We're not gonna merge the result because the one is gonna be glass and the other one's gonna be like the one's gonna be glass, the other one's gonna be wood. So if I take the teak, boom, and boom, and I change the transparency, transparent. I don't know why it automatically becomes transparent. It never happened, ever. This is the first time. And then this one, I'm gonna make glass, clear glass. It's gonna be clear. Okay. And then I'm gonna save it as, this is gonna be bedroom window. Bedroom window. Okay, now I can go back and I can say assembly, insert components, bathroom window, and bedroom window. Okay, so let me just put everything the same height. Okay, and it must be where it must be that height there, and then that must be there, and that can be there. Okay, so now I must just fit everything where it must be. So this window must be there and that window must be here. Huh. The windows are in. Let me just put everything at the same level. Okay, cool. So that one is frosted. I just want to see the render. Let me just save this. I'm gonna see what it looks like. The one is gonna have a frosted. Okay, what's it? What no. Okay, I can't render now while I'm recording. So let me just try that again. Okay, so my PC warned me about my resources. So I'm just gonna close Coral Draw and yeah, let me do that. Okay, so let's do the front door. So what front door should we do? What looks nice? I was thinking about one door, like almost like this, but just completely wood with one window. I think I'm gonna do just a normal, it's gonna be one window on this side and then a big door that like swings open, that just completely wood. I think I'm gonna do that. Let me see how it would look like. Okay, so this I can close and this window I can close. Let me just save this again. Okay, before I do that, let me put in 2 bedside tables. Did I do it here? It is a bedside table, side cabinet, no. Double seater, built-in cupboard, bathroom. It's not there, not there. Just see where it is. Now I have to search for it. Assemblies, no. Will it be here? It's not there. Let me see if I can find it. It's not a coffee table. It's not that. 2-bedroom house. I think it's gonna be here. So what's this? Bed cutting assembly. Okay, it looks like it is this. I want 4 of this. Then I'm gonna highlight all 4 of them. And I'm gonna make them thick. I want them to be thick. So it must match all the other cupboards we have in there. Illumination, transparency, transparent amount, 0. Okay, let's put them on the ground. Now we're gonna line them up first, and then we're gonna put them on the ground. Okay, so these two, what am I doing? What am I doing? That and that must be together, and that must be together. So I'm gonna put these two against this wall, and I'm gonna put these two against this wall. Okay, now I'm gonna just look from the top and put everything where it should be. There, that one can be there. I don't think I'm gonna put in built-in cupboards in this one. So the built-in cupboard will be here, and this one can be probably here. I'm not gonna put it in. Then what I can do is I can save it. Okay, it is saving now. I'm gonna put in a little lamp. Bedroom, bed lamp. Where's my bed lamp? Bed lamp. It's probably at random objects. Random objects. Bed lamp. It's not there. Shapes. No. What bed lamp? Where's my bed lamp? Symbols. So it's not that. This is not that. I'll find my bed lamp. Fan, I've got a fan. I haven't even made a video of this thing. It's a fan. I've got like a. It was before I even made any videos. Oh, this thing is like invisible. Where is it now? Bed lamp. Let me delete it. It doesn't want to appear. It's not appearing. Bed lamp. Open. Come on, bed lamp. Show yourself. Okay, it doesn't want to. So this house is not gonna have bed lamps. Okay, let me do the front door. So this front door is our 1.5, I think. 1.5. So I'm gonna make a new part and then front plane sketch. It's gonna be 1500 by 2 meters, because that's the length of a door. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna make the door 1 meter. That'll be a big door. Okay. So I'm gonna put a window here, and then I'm gonna make a nice door. So what I'm gonna do is let me do like that, and then I'm gonna offset, reverse. Gonna do like this, and it's going 1 meter. Gonna remove that line. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this make it 50. Okay. Now I'm just gonna do like a pattern. Okay, so the door itself will be, it's gonna be this height. Wait, I'm gonna offset this by 50, reverse, yes, and then this must be 10, or which is 100, like that. So I'm gonna, let me just make this construction lines. Got my rectangle here. Okay, and then I'm gonna take a millimeter. I'm gonna like cut into this. So I'm gonna offset this by 1 mil, reverse direction. So okay. Then I'm gonna extrude cut like 20. Okay. So there's my, okay, right. I did something wrong there. I need this to go all the way to the ground. All all the way to the ground, otherwise people are gonna have a step if they want to get inside the house. Okay, then I'm just gonna trim entities like so, and then like so. Now I can make a cut, and it looks like that. Okay, then I'm just gonna make like, I'm gonna do a pattern. So the pattern is gonna look like this. I think every 10 every 10 every 10 centimeters. Let's make it 50. Every 15 centimeters. There's gonna be a line that cuts through the door. So I'm gonna make it construction. So what I'm gonna do now is offset bidirectional. Let's make it a 6mm gap. Okay, and then I'm gonna close that, and I'm just gonna make it like that. Then I'm gonna trim the excess, trim that middle part as well. So now I've got basically a line that runs through, so I'm gonna highlight it. I'm gonna say linear pattern. No, I don't want that. I'm gonna highlight that, say linear pattern. It's gonna be 270 degrees to go downwards. It's gonna be every 15 centimeters, and let's see how much fits in here. Okay, let's make it 14. No, 15 it is. So okay, and then I'm gonna say extrude cut, and okay, so there's my door. It is a door. Okay, I'm gonna make like a big handle. I'll put a big handle on there. Okay, so firstly I want all this to be thick, must be thick, and it must be dark. It must not be transparent. I don't want it to be transparent. Transparency 0. Okay. Transparency 0. Now I'm gonna put in a window. So I'm gonna select the sketch. I want it to be like that, and I'm gonna look from the top. I'm gonna put in a window. I'm gonna fix that corner and make it 5 mils. I'm not really sure how thick is the window. I'm just guessing here. My windows is 5 mils, okay? There's 5 mils. Then up to surface. Which surface? That surface. We're not going to merge. And it's okay. And then this thing, we're gonna make it frosted glass as well. Frosted glass. So people don't look inside your house. Okay. Then what I'm gonna do is, let me just grab this. I'm gonna put in a handle. It's gonna be a big handle. Okay, so I want the center of the door. What is that? That's 500. Let's make it 550. And just draw a line there. So the handle is gonna be from there up until, so it's one block, that's one block until there. Okay, it's gonna be a thick handle. It's gonna be basically, it's gonna look the same as the stuff we put on the cabinets, but just bigger, a lot bigger. Okay, and I'm gonna let it come out by, let's say 50 or 60. Let's make it 60, and then we're gonna look from the top. We're gonna look from the top and put in a circle. No, it's not a cut. It is a extruded bus or base. You can let it run through all the way there, and we're gonna cut it now. Okay, so I'm gonna see where that markings are. I'm gonna mark it there. So it's gonna be there, and it's gonna be here. Okay, so then I just need to make not a square, let's make a rectangle. Get back the view. Now we can extrude the cut, but we can extrude other side. Yes, and there it is. Yo, it's a massive angle. It's massive. So I'm gonna select that and that and that, and we're gonna make it brushed chrome. Brushed chrome. So it fits in with all the rest of the house. And I'm gonna save it as not as lights, because it's not a light. I'm gonna save it at two bedroom house. Front door, because it is the front door. And I'm gonna, now we can put it in. Front door, yes, yes. Okay, let me put that against the wall, and then let's put it on the floor, and now I'm gonna just drag it into place. Oh, that looks nice, eh? Looks beautiful. I'm impressed with myself. It actually came out very nice. Okay, so there is one thing left to do, and that is to do the garage door. So let us do the garage door, which will be the last thing we do. I'm not going to put in any built-in cupboards now, because the reason being, I'm going to draw the cupboards and then I have to cut them in half so you can actually see, because I need like this view for the thumbnail so people can actually see what it is. So if we have cupboards there, it's going to obstruct the view. so I'm not gonna put in covers now. So we're gonna do the garage door. So how I want to do this is basically the same as that, just a little different. Okay, so it's only the garage door that's left that we're going to do, and instead of just let it look like a garage door, I'm going to make it fully functional. So to start off, we need a new part. Now I need to measure, what did we make the door. So the width of the door is 5 to 3. I'm just going to write this down. 5 to 3, and how high is it? It is 2135. 2135. Okay. So now let's make the okay. So I'm gonna go at front plane. I'm gonna make a fully functioning garage door. It's gonna be amazing. Amazing. Okay. So we want the width to be a little bit more than 5230. I'm gonna make it 5250. Okay, so it is just a little bit bigger. Then we need to divide the height by 5. So it's 2135 divided by 5 is 427. Okay, so we're gonna make this 427. So that's basically one panel. We're gonna have 5 of these panels. That's gonna make up the garage door. So I'm just gonna make this. Let's make it 20. Okay, I'm gonna make it 25. So it's 1 inch thick. 1 inch. Okay. So now, okay, this is gonna be the front of it. I'm gonna put in 8 sections. So what I want to do is I want to measure 100. It's gonna be 100, and then this side as well. Gonna make it 100. 100. Let's make it symmetrical. Then I'm gonna make it 50. Okay, so it's gonna be 50 because the sections are gonna go on top of each other, so it's not gonna look weird because that's 50 times 2 is gonna give you the 100 we're looking for. 50. Okay, now I want to split this into basically eight blocks with 7 times 10 between. So I just want to see what's the length of this. So it is 5050. Okay, 5050. I'm just going to do half of it. So I'm going to mirror the other half. So 5050, and then that's going to be 50. Okay, so how much is this now? 247. 247.5. I want that to be 4 equal parts. So I'm just gonna do it like this. Without doing any calculations, I'm just gonna do it like this. That must be 50. So let's make this 50. And draw a line there. And we're gonna do exactly the same thing. Exactly the same with this. So this is the center. We're gonna mark out 50. Okay, so now if we draw a block there, and we mirror it there. Okay, and then we take these two blocks and mirror it again and mirror it there, and now we're gonna take these 4 blocks and mirror it again, and then we will have eight nice blocks with a 10 centimeter gap in between every single one. So now I'm gonna make a small cut. It's gonna be 10 millimeters. Okay, it's gonna be 10 millimeters. Now what I want to do is I'm gonna put a smaller block inside and do like I'm gonna do a lofted boss to make it nice. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I wonder how this is gonna happen now. I think I must do one by one. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm gonna offset this only one direction. I'm gonna offset this by, let's say, not 20. Let's make it 50. Yeah, I think that's gonna look nice. 50. Okay, 50. Okay, I did it in the wrong place. I did it on the wrong plane. I must do it on this outside because it's gonna go up again. Okay, 50. Bam. Bam. Okay, now I'm gonna do it again. Reverse 50. Yes. Gonna do it again. Reverse 50. And okay, I must do that. Gonna do this 8 times. Already done 4. Reverse. Yes. We want to reverse it. Offset. Reverse. And then I think I can post this as a separate video. A fully functioning garage door. I think that would be cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say lofted boss or base from that picture to there. Yes. And then again lofted boss or base from that picture to there. And then I'm going to do it. I must do it 8 more, well, 6 more times. I'm going to do it 8 times. I think this garage door is going to look beautiful. Beautiful. And then again. Okay, 4 more times. Oh, I need 2 more times. I'm working faster than I thought. Okay, and then last one. Lofted boss. Like that. So you've got the one panel now of your door. And then I must do the back side. Okay, so that's the front of it. So the back, I'm just gonna do this. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna put in the blocks. We had a garage door that looked like this a few years ago. Our new garage door only has like this. It looks like just this wood pieces. It's not this decorative. So now I'm gonna do an extruded cut, also centimeter. So that's the inside and that's the outside. Okay, and now I'm gonna put in holes first, because we need those for well, basically there's going to be one there. Every second one there's going to be a hole. So what I'm going to do is there's going to be one there. Okay, there's going to be one there. There's not going to be anyone there. One there, and then what I can do is, that's fine. I wanted to see if I can mirror it again. But I'll just throw it in. It's not that difficult. It's gonna be holes for basically for screws, for the mechanism that holds everything together. So I'm gonna make this 5mm radius. 5, and then one here as well, 5, and then one here, 5. Okay, I'm gonna make an extruded cut of 10mm. Okay, so I've got one. Must actually put holes in the bottom as well. Let me undo this. The thing is, the bottom plank actually doesn't need holes at the bottom, but I'm gonna put it in because I don't want to do it for the other parts as well. So I'm gonna put in holes everywhere. So there's holes at the bottom, at the top, everywhere. Okay, now I need to make this whole thing to look like it is wood. And it became transparent again by itself. Transparency is 0. Okay. Okay, so that is what it looks like. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in its own folder. Can say garage door. Okay, and then garage door panel. Okay, it is a panel. We're gonna need 5 of those panels. Now what we need is the mechanism that was like this, sort of like a hinge. So I must make the hinge first. So I'm gonna new part, and I'm gonna say sketch front plane. Let's make it top plane. So the hinge will be, I'm gonna just model it after. Okay, so it's basically, it is 50 from where the hole is, from where the thing is going to bend. Okay, so the middle of the circle must be there. So I'm gonna put that there, and then it needs a bigger circle, about, let's say 25. No, that's too big. Let's make it 20. Let's make it 20. Okay, and then this I'm gonna make, wanted the bar to be 7.5, so 75 divided by 2, like that. Now I'm just gonna connect, I don't know why I'm doing construction, I'm gonna connect this to this, like that. I'm gonna take that away, then I'm going to, so that's gonna be the middle part. I'm going to mirror this on this line, then I'm going to take that away. Okay, and now let's do thing is, I want the thing to be centimeter, so make it 5. I'm gonna make it 5 shorter, so it's gonna be 5. Okay, then I'm just gonna remove that, and now it's gonna go up by 5, and I think it's gonna be, I'm not sure because I've changed everything now. I'm gonna trim that, trim that, trim that as well. Then I think it must actually be like 20, but anyway, it's gonna look weird, but it's fine. Let's make it 2 mm thick, and then it's going to have a circle. It's gonna have a circle here. So because this is 5, I'm gonna make this 5 as well, and then the circle can be right there, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make the circle like 1 mm smaller. Let's make it 2 mils, and then I'm gonna extrude up to surface, up to this surface, and okay, and now I'm gonna take half of it away. So the length is there, 3.5. I'm gonna go right in the middle of this thing. Making a line and another line and a line. Okay, cool. This must be construction as well. And now I'm going to basically, okay, I need a line there as well, otherwise SolidWorks doesn't know what's going on. Like, where do you want to put this? I don't know where you want to put this. Okay, like that, and I'm gonna make a cut straight through this whole piece. So now it looks like this. It actually looks horrible, huh? But anyway. Okay, it looks like that. So I'm now gonna save it as hinge bottom, and now from this I'm going to make the other piece. Okay, so how am I gonna do that? Okay, let me I'm gonna fill this gap. I'm gonna fill this offset 0. I'm gonna offset it to 0. Then I'm gonna fill this. It's gonna be like a pin. I can just put in a pin. Okay, I'm gonna make the pin part of the thing. I'm gonna make it part of the thing, but in reality it's not gonna be part of the thing. Okay. But here it is part of the thing. If that makes sense. I just want to see. So this is evaluate, measure. This line is 17.93. That means this line will also be 17.93. What I'm going to do is I am going to put a plane. Okay, wait. I'm going to first do a drawing. I'm gonna sketch there. I'm gonna say offset 0 like that. Then I'm gonna leave it, and then now what is this line? 35.86. Let me just write this down. 35.86. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take that again. I'm going to say sketch, and I'm going to offset it again at 0, and now I'm going to cut it away. I'm going to say extrude cut all the way to there. Well, actually all the way through. Say yes. No, that's not what we want. We want this as well. Because I'm gonna offset that as well. Now I'm gonna extrude cut to both sides. It's gonna pop up and say all bodies. What body do you want? You want all bodies. Okay, and now I'm gonna click on the sketch and I'm gonna say extrude. And we want it to be 35.86, like that. Yes, perfect, perfecto. Okay, cool. And now we're gonna save this. Save as. So it was the bottom, and now it is the top. Okay. And then what we need now is we need to put in a wheel, but I need to assemble it first and see how far it is gonna be from the edge. I know that this is gonna be 50, but let me see, maybe I can figure this out. Okay, so the garage door, we made this hole to be 50 from the edge of the door. So the edge of the door is here. There. Okay. So we need the wheel to be there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. I'm just gonna go like this. And I'm gonna say kabam, sketch, offset 0, and extrude boss or base up to vertex. This is the vertex we want. Okay. But we want it actually a little bit longer, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna put it there. Then I'm gonna put a wheel on there. So the wheel is gonna be a little bit bigger than this. Let's make it 20. Oh, that's a big wheel. Let's make it 10. 10. Okay, wait. Oh, I've got a better idea. A better idea. I'm just gonna draw a circle that has a radius of 10. Okay. So it's got a radius of 10, and then I'm gonna extrude it by 10. Let's make it 5. This thing is massive. Okay, that is the wheel. The little wheel. So then I'm just gonna hide the sketch because we used it as a reference. I'm gonna save this now as top with the wheel because it's got a wheel now. Okay, cool. So now we can assemble the garage door. Okay, and how we do that is we take the garage door panel. We need 5 of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, great. I'm just gonna align everything. So that must always be in line with that. That must always be in line with this. That one always be in line with that. And that one must always be in line with that. Okay, great. Now what we need is we need the bottom of the hinge and the top of the hinge. Okay, so I'm gonna I'll see now what's gonna happen. That thing is not gonna move at all. At all. So we need to start a new assembly. It's not going to work. So firstly we need to make another part. Okay. And I'm gonna go with the, doesn't matter if it's top plane or right plane or what plane it is. Go with the right plane. So we know our garage door is the height of the garage door is 2135. So I'm gonna make it 24. Okay, wait. I'm gonna make it 2135 just for now. Just for now. And then this must be the same. Must be 2135. Okay. And then I'm gonna add like 20 centimeters of height. So it's gonna be like that. And this is also gonna be like that. Okay, I added 10 centimeters there, not 20. Okay, and then I'm going to put in a 20. I'll put in a curve there. Can I have a curve? Okay, and this is going to be not for construction. Okay, the sketch is complete, and then we're going to go to the top plane, and I want to look at it like this. And now I've made that wheel to be 20. Okay, so we need it like this. I just want to see that wheel again. Can't remember how I did that wheel. So the wheel has it's got a diameter of 20. Okay, so it's got a radius of 10. So 20 by 5. 20 by 5. Okay, so now I need to make this thing that the wheel fits inside. Okay, whatever. Okay, I understand. I understand. Okay, so I'm gonna so it is 5 wide. I'll make this 10, and it's 20. It's gonna look like this. Let's make this 5. Okay, and it must be it's gonna be 24 because I'm gonna make everything 2. I'm gonna offset that, and that, reverse by 2 millimeters. No, reverse it. So it's gonna look like that, like this. Then I'm gonna go like that, and now I'm gonna make a swept boss. Okay, so that is the shape, and that is the path. Yes. I want it like that. Okay, cool. Okay, so now I've got that. I'm gonna save that as the garage door rail, because it's the rail. That is why. Okay, now we can begin the new assembly. So the first thing you need to put down is the garage door rail, because the rail is not going to move. The first part is always the part that's not going to move. Okay, so I'm going to put that there. I'm going to put another rail like that, but now I'm going to mate it so that everything like adds up. Nope, I want it like that. Yes, yes, and then I want this to be tangent with that, but I want it like this. And I want it, how far do I want it to be apart? It to be parallel. Okay, cool. Yes. Okay, then I want those two pieces to be at exactly the same. Yes. Okay. Okay, cool. So we've got the frame there. Now I can insert the garage door panels. We're gonna need 5 of these. 3, 4, 5. Okay. I'm just gonna put everything, I'm gonna line everything up. Yes. 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 And then this one. Yes. Okay. Now I must put in the hinges. So the bottom and the top hinge. So one bottom and one top. Okay, I'm gonna make that with that. Where's the thing now? It's like completely disappeared. I don't even know where it is. I'm gonna make that. It's just gone. Wait. Yo, it's not even close. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete both of them and try to insert them next to each other. The bottom and the top hinge. Bottom hinge, top hinge. Okay, they are together now. I'm so glad. So that must be there, but the other way around. Yes. And then that must always be inside there. Okay, cool. So now that must be on the door. Great, great stuff. And then that one at the back of it must always be on there. Great stuff. Okay, so that hole is gonna be this one. Okay. And then this hole is gonna be this one. It is not working. It is not working. Okay, yeah, that hole mustn't be that. It must be like this. Okay. Now that hole is that one. No, man, I don't wanna make the face. I want to make that hole with that hole. Yes. Now we can like maneuver it and everything. So I wonder if I can, if I select that, I'll copy it. Can I then paste it? I'm gonna select it there and paste it. Okay. So now let's put in the others. So I have to put in each hinge one at a time. Hinge. Okay, let me just put it there. Mate. There and there. No, other way around. Yes. And then that must be there. Yes. Then I'm gonna put that port right over there, and it's gonna line up with this hole right here. Yes, that is nice. Why doesn't it want to move? Okay, so now I can put this garage door piece on there. Yes, and now I can line up the holes. That hole and that hole. Oh man, mate, this hole here. Was it selecting face? Wasn't select faces. Okay, no, mate, that there. It is not lining up. I did something wrong now. Let me see. Let me delete that. Yes. Okay. Make that hole with that hole. It doesn't want to do it. Why doesn't it want to do it? Some mate is already there now. That's that. That's that. Yeah. Let me just see where it all went wrong. Okay. What's this? Okay. That piece and that piece. Okay. So now okay. Let me try and bend this thing. I'm gonna put in a wheel one. I'm just gonna delete that and that. Okay. Then I'm gonna put in a wheel hinge, so the thing can slide. So it's gonna be top and bottom, top and bottom. Okay, mate, that part must go there, other way around, like so, and then that thing must always be in there. Yes, and now this thing is gonna be inside of this. Okay, that's one thing. It's gonna be inside there, but I want it to be inside this whole curve. So let me go like this and say make that with this, but other way around. Okay, and then I want this piece to follow basically the inside. The garage door is going to go open. It is just gonna, the thing is like, it doesn't know what to do. So that face and that, yes. Yes. Okay. Then I'm gonna put that thing on there. Yes. What's this thing doing? This thing is like mated something's wrong there. Okay. But this isn't correct. Is it? Let me see. So that must be there. Okay. No, it's not correct. It is not correct. Oh, it can slide up and down. Okay, the one mate is not correct. That mate is not correct. That is incorrect. Yes. Mate that to the outside. Yes. Now it's correct. Okay, and then that must be there. Yes. Okay. So the garage can move up and down. It can move up and down. Okay. So this is gonna be, it's gonna probably take longer to draw this than to build a real garage door. So what I'm gonna do is I want to copy that and paste it. What's at the bottom inch? And now I want the bottom with a wheel. Copy, paste, mate, that and that. Yes. And then that and that. Yes. Okay. Right. Then that is gonna be the top hole with that. And that's gonna be the bottom hole with that. And now that is gonna stick to there. And now that is gonna stick to there. Yes. Okay. Oh, that is cool, huh? Now that is gonna stick to the inside of that. So now we've got a garage door that can go past the rails. Let's actually make a curve. Must do a curve and then it will follow the curve. think I must do that. So let me do that. That's fine. That is not fine. Delete that. Yes. What's this? What's this thing? This thing. Let's see where did I do the. I did there. Delete that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a drawing of this thing. Sketch. But I'm going to hide the sketch. Offset 0. Okay. Then I'm going to take everything out that I don't want. Don't want that. Don't want that. And I don't want that. Okay, now I've got a sketch. So I'm gonna make I've got a sketch there. I'm gonna make that to the sketch. It must always be on that edge. Change it. Okay. Yes. It's following the sketch now. Not really. Not really. Okay, this is like taking way too much time. So I'm just gonna do it. So this thing isn't gonna really work properly. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a new assembly, and I'm gonna make the hinge, bottom hinge and top hinge. I'm just gonna put the hinges together like that. No, that must be like that, and then that must be there. No, not like that. It must be like this. Why is there errors? Why? There shouldn't be errors. Okay. And then I'm just gonna make that and that is gonna stay together at all times. And now I'm gonna save it as garage door hinge assembly. The thing, it's a hinge, but it's not gonna move. It is not going to move. So here it is. Okay, we need another one of these. Copy, paste, mate. So this garage door is not gonna move at all. It is just gonna be itself. So I'm just gonna put all the stuff together where it should be. Okay, and then that must join there. Okay, and it must be like there. And then I'll probably wait like half an hour now just to get this thing working. I'm not gonna waste more time to get it working. Just gonna let it look like a garage door. It's gonna look like a garage door now. Okay. And now we'll need the hinges. The hinge assembly. Okay, so it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm gonna need 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's like when we did the cabinet doors, the door handles. So I'm just gonna make everything the same level, and then it's gonna be much easier. Much easier. And then these hinges. These hinges. Okay, now I'm gonna put everything to the back of the door. Ba-bam. Yes, that is where it must go. So now I must just select everything. It must not go there, it must go here. Okay. And this one can go here. Okay, it can go there, but then this one must turn around. Yeah. Then this one can go there. The thing is, I said I'm not gonna remove anything from the video. Usually like this I would have just deleted the whole part. At the beginning of the video I said it's gonna be like struggling with me, and yeah, so you guys are here seeing my struggles. I'm not very good with mates on SolidWorks. I can do some mates, but not like, it's not my forte. I don't really do that every day. So there might be a way to let it follow that path. And I can just watch a YouTube tutorial how to do it. But I don't want to do that now. I'm just gonna finish this. Okay, so it's almost done. Then another one. There. Okay. And now we need what's this bottom? That's the bottom. This is the top with the wheel. Copy. So we need 3. 1, 2, 3. Then this bottom one we need 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I'm gonna make that with inside of that. Yes. And that with the inside of that. Yes. That to the inside of that. Yes. Now I'm just gonna connect these two like that, and like that, and then like that. Now I can just put them into place. I'm gonna keep them all the same as well, so that they don't move. You don't want them moving now. Okay, so that one is gonna be there. Okay, I want them to be like against the door. Be against the door. Okay, that one is gonna be there, and then this one is gonna be there. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna put. Maybe I must put the other hinges there as well. 3. Let me just put that 3 hinges in. So this is the top with the wheel. Okay, I'm gonna copy this one. That's the bottom. Copy that, paste. Why can't it be pasted there? I want this to be pasted there. It's 1, 2, 3, and this is the bottom hinge, which is now becoming the top hinge. Then I'm just gonna put. I'm just gonna line them up. I'm lining it up. Okay, and then like so, and then that one is gonna be there, and then this one is gonna be there. Then that and that must be the same, that and that must be the same, that and that must be the same, and that must be the same. And then everyone must stick to the door. Okay, so that hole is there. Why aren't you sticking to the door? And then that hole is there. Okay, and then this hole is gonna be here. Yay, and the garage door is completed. Yo, I haven't even saved it yet. So it is the garage door assembly. Let us put the garage door in. Insert component. Garage door assembly. Yes. And we want that this is flush with the wall. Yes. And then that there's a space there. Why is there a space there? The space outside. Well, there is indeed. There's a space for a piece of rubber. What's wrong with this thing now? Mate. the bottom of this thing to the floor. Why don't you want to be to the floor? Okay, I'm just gonna maneuver it into place. Does it look correct? It looks good, but that thing I must hide that. Okay, wait. I must hide that sketch. Sketch. Hide. Okay, let me save this. Let me see if it's hidden. It is hidden. So there it is. This last part was very long. Sorry about that. But here is the final thing, or the final house. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna do a render quickly, and yeah, thank you. Okay, so the last part would be to do a render, but these walls are reflective now, so I'm first gonna change it. I think I can go up there, and let's go back to the floor plan, and this wall right here is basically see, now I need to select the walls, but I don't want to be reflective. And now the color is all wrong, so I'm just gonna I want this to be non-reflective surface finish. Illumination, reflection 0. Okay, so let's see if it worked. Let's save it. Let me change this as well. That must be illumination, reflection 0. Okay, cool. Okay, so let me see if I want the best angle now. So this is going to be my thumbnail. So then let's do a render tools preview window. Let's see if it reflects or what it looks like. The floor is reflecting, but it's fine. It's like normal. Looks good. Looks good. Not the best, but it's okay. You can see the cupboards in the kitchen look strange. Yeah, there it is. There is the 2-bedroom house with a garage, a double garage, and unfortunately the garage door it is closed now. It is stuck on closed, and yeah, so this is my idea of a 2-bedroom house, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed it.